We're live. We are live. Let's hit the music. I'm gonna put some music on. What's going on, VOD watcher? Person who's watching this stream. The one person who's watching this stream video. Hope you're doing well today. 2 streams in a row. What a crazy day. Anyways, we got work to do. And I don't want to just go straight to sleep, so we're going to just clock in for another day today and see what we can get done. We're going to take a look. Last stream, we implemented the color swatch system. The color swatch system. Look at this. Not only can we select a hull, we can also select a color spray can, and that hull will be that color. Is that not crazy, dude? Is that not cool? We have our color palette system. Good evening. What's going on, Brendan? And Donald? I'm just going to lurk as usual. It's all good, Donald. Good to have you here, no matter what. But yeah. So we got some work done today, or last stream, or yesterday. And now we have to make some we have to do some more work because I don't know, there's some things that are not working. I think there is, actually. We fixed it last stream. I tested the game with a coworker though, and there's some feedback she gave, so I'm gonna make some changes and then maybe test it with her again, as well as fix the placement of this, and maybe even add the multi-layer thing for the bike. So maybe have 2 layers for bike parts, ones that are behind the player and ones that are in front of the player. That might be what we do. That might be more work because it means like more levels to this and more complexity in terms of the actual objects, but whatever. You gotta do what you gotta do, right? You gotta do what you gotta do. So I think we're gonna just get ready to just crack back at it. Like, she's too forward on it. That needs to be forward way more. Yeah, and then there's some clipping happening there, but it's like so small too that you can't even notice it. Oh man. Those keyboards to your subscribers, I don't know. These are expensive, man. It's like $5,000. I'm not made of money, man. Maybe one day I'll do something like that, though. We'll see, though. Alright. So, yeah, there's some things I want to modify. Let's do... I like working in NeoVim. We're not going to be listening to music all stream. I like Final Fantasy VI music, but not on stream. No, or at least not for now. Maybe I'll put some music later on. Alright, let's go to projects. Let's go to Fight and Flight assets. And we're going to go into... so what am I going to be modifying here? There's a couple things I want to do. To modify this. First thing we want to go to is go to gameplay, because I'm assuming that the chunk manager is going to be here. Yeah, there's game board, and this contains all the model generation. Yeah. Chunk presets, board chunk manager. No, we're using Vim because OmniSharp doesn't work and it makes formatting weird. What's going on, Danimal? Also, what's going on, Donald Duval? I got a bunch of parts to make a keyboard like that, and even even they are really expensive to make yourself. Yeah, it's annoying how pricey these are. It's not even necessarily like this is not even that great of a build quality in all honesty, but it was still a little costly. So imagine if like you actually put some good key switches in there or something. It's a little jank too, but I'm just so used to it. I'm just fine with it. So there's some things I wanted to change. So the depth between the layers is actually way too big, which is causing some issues with the coworker who tested it out. So I'm gonna reduce the maximum and minimum size difference between them so that we can lessen that effect and then see how that goes. So we're doing math lerp, we're interpolating between this minimum. So we do like max radius, half of max radius is the minimum, and then max radius minus 3 meters. So I guess if we're going to change this, what I'd want to do is maybe do, why don't I do 50 cents? No, 0.5. We'll do 0. Let's say 0. Like the maximum value ranges for this is like a 25% difference. Let's see how that looks. Draco, it's good to see you, my friend. It is good to see you here. So let's see how the background. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we JIT compiling this? What? Wait. What just happened there? Why did you complete domain in the middle of runtime? And that's not how JIT works. Okay, so they're not as far back. She also said that the grid pattern is also kind of distracting. So I get things would be very blue because of atmospheric scattering, but this almost feels like too blue. Though I guess it helps separate background from foreground elements too. So maybe that's not an issue. Okay, cool. I'll try this out. Building a game? Yeah, I'm building a game right now. This is one component of it. This test value for range. We have a whole to-do thing, don't we? Get rid of this. Okay. Yes, I don't care. We're going to edit this anyways. So, right, we're going to add vehicle multi-layering, and then we also want to do migrate the UI to use world buttons instead. We might have to make assets today. There's also the start behavior, but that's not crazy. Add a game over behavior. Yeah, we have to do that as well. I think some of this is going to be pretty straightforward, though. Like, one thing I want to do, I know it makes it easy for debugging purposes, but I think we should just probably lock it down at this point, which is on player death. How do we handle this? Okay, so we have on received damage. Here's the function, the player data where we deal with damage. Arc distance. We did this all annoying dumb calculations to have correct offsets. Do the physics updates, and then we do game over, and that's where we need to go to. Game over, man, which is right here. So you publish stuff. We should probably like lock the player's inputs as well, so they can't, you know, move. I don't know what we have here though. So, I think, like, I'm pretty sure there's a field or a boolean. Like, there is paused, but I'm not gonna. There's this. Gain input, collision, motion vector, suspend damage. There's invincibility. There's a bunch of things here, but none of what we're looking for, so I think I might have to introduce a new, like, oh, we have to suspend. No, that's due to pausing. That's not due to suspending. Okay. Let's go back to game over, man. Is that lock player controls plural? Yeah, this is gonna be simple. This means on update we're gonna be what? Why are we having this key code I? Oh, I have a debug thing here. Well, that's good to know. So if this is paused or we have lock player controls, we're going to early return. And is there anything else we have to do here? Let's find out. Yes, good sir. Let me catch him in chat. What's going on here? Hey yo, bro, how you doing? I'm glad to meet again. It's good to see you, DGS. We're doing good, man. Just working on the game, dude. For the 90s call, they want their monitor back. Yeah, man. Actually, you have to go earlier than that. This is from the 80s, dog. RX Patel, give me $50,000 to buy those keyboards and I'll unsubscribe your channel. Yeah, go unsubscribe, man. I'm fine with it, dog. I don't got that money laying around. Oh, hey, brother. So we got this going on here. Okay, let's see how this looks now. So if the player dies, let's see if they get locked out. Been coding like 15 years, something around there, dude. I don't know, I've kind of lost track of time. Of how long I've been a coder, quote unquote. It's also kind of weird because it's like I'm not sure if I really feel like I qualify as a coder. I mean, not that I do now, right? That's not what I mean. I mean, like in general, like some years of my life I wasn't really programming, so I don't think I would call myself a coder. Hey, we're locked here. We can't move the player. They're just kind of sad. I need to figure out what this requires more behavior. Like I want to have like a camera zoom or something, or have an animation play where the player's mad, or the vehicle breaks down or something. And then we want to have this behavior also happen as well, but we'll have that happen in other parts of the application. Okay, cool, dude. So this works. Very happy about that. Wait. Do my eyes deceive me? What? Oh, this is a parenthesis and these are brackets. I was like, why are we doing that? Why are we doing this? That's strange. I imagine it's gonna compile fine, but C#, right? Yep. And C to embedded system, TI boards, etc. That sounds fun. I really do want to go back to working in C, dude. We do have that ASCII project, and then the game engine project that we need to get back to. But I'm just trying to. I just need to get things done, you know? I need to finish what I've started and then move on to something else. I don't want to keep falling down this train of starting projects and then abandoning them. Yeah, this one. This is fun. I liked it. I was good at it. Oh man. Very vim. We'll see though. Yeah. We're trapped. We're trapped in C# land. It's terrible too because I have other C# projects and I really don't want to go into them. I just want to start the next game I make. I really want to do in my own engine at this point. Just so I could just do something different in my day, like different than my day job. Well, let's see. So the player behavior, that's the one thing. There's still more that needs to happen. There's also the countdown behavior, but that's not. I think there's more I need to clean up here. It's cool that this is less so like structural and more so just content, like making presentation cleaner and then integrating this because we're gonna use actual physical buttons instead of these. Oh, speaking of which, we need to rework these to be, yeah. We need to clean this up a little bit, make the presentation less jank. I also think I want to change this so that when you click on it and purchase it, it equips it automatically. Let's do that. Let's do that. I think that's necessary. Where is the shop view? Let's see if we can do this without using Rider. Rider is so convenient, but I just want to do something different, dude. I want to be outside of the land of that editor. Okay, so where's selection? Selection made. Here we go, that's the function we want to be in. And here's the scenarios where the state is locked, we reject it. If it's purchased, purchasable, that's a better way of describing this state here. Then we attempt to purchase it and we play the cha-ching money sound effect. And then otherwise we do the equipment here. Which honestly, I think we might just make this happen here. So current vehicle, current index, selected item. I think that's all that's required, and that should just work. Bracket crisis averted. Yeah. Well, it's not a crisis. It's just weird. Like that's usually for object initialization, and I'm not initializing anything there, so it's just kind of a redundant thing to have. For a second, I thought it was two parentheses, and that would be weird. It's like we have a function. It's some weird syntax that's just not a real thing in C#. Like I expect that from like maybe like a function pointer type thing, but no. But even then, that's like weird. I guess like if you're that syntax would be correct if what you're creating is an action, and then you're invoking it immediately, which is what struck me odd about it. All right, we're gonna go to here. I don't see it equipped there though. I have to press it again, even though it shows equipped there. Interesting. So this is part of this. There's some kind of callback that's not happening. Oh, update vehicle representation. That's the thing that's required. So we assign it to the vehicle, but then we also update the representation of said vehicle. And then... not gonna worry about that. Are you a programmer for your job currently? Yes, I am, Donald Duvally. That is what I do. I just had a full day of working coding, and then I said, you know what I should do? We're gonna go back home and do some more coding. It's gonna be great. I love it. We're gonna see if this gets fixed. Okay, so now we're gonna go to hull. Perfect. So no more of this dumb, like, oops, I didn't, you know. Do things correctly. It's actually just working now. We're gonna sort this in a better way. This is like stupid, but it's fine. Very nice. I'm very happy. What else do we need to do? I know there's settings. We also have to save the game periodically. But that should be like done automatically, I think, upon returning here. Do we want to do it like on every single interaction? Like every single action you do here causes a save? Do we really want... because we can do a thing where we just kind of only do the saving when we transition from the garage to the actual level, but that means that there's might be a case where someone maybe does something here and then they quit and then it's all gone. Screw it, maybe we'll just do some file IO stuff. It'll be fine. It's not a big deal. Have I worked in other games? I've worked in a bunch of games. A bunch of games I never published. There's a few games I published. Like this game is a remake of a game I did 5 years or 6 years ago on Newgrounds, and I've done some other stuff, but all the stuff I have online is, except for like the last game, was when I was less technically able to make games. I wasn't as confident as a programmer as I am now. We can get rid of a lot of this stuff. We're going to switch our interactive button thing. So that's going to be fun. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to make a new... I know I have a command. I haven't made a command to navigate to the correct project. So I have to keep manually doing it like this, but I've created aliases before that does this. I really should just do that here as well. Okay, garage, and then what are we going to touch? We're going to call this, I don't know. Just, we have world button already, but world button visuals. Done. That seems apt to me. We're gonna go to garage. I'm probably move this into my dev kit, honestly. World button visual. It's gonna be a child of mono behavior, of course. Not unit engine, unity engine. And then we're gonna do some stuff. So we have an awake method. I'm probably gonna make this be a thing that we're Require component. Require component of, and it's going to be world interactable. I guess that's what the thing where... Is that what it is? No, we have world button. Okay, it's called world button as well. Okay, I'm not crazy. This is called world button. The layer is called world interactable, but... Okay. World button. Yep, and... Okay, so we have this. Okay, cool, and then there's some events we're going to be listening to. There's another thing we have to listen to, which is going to be vector 3. Not listen to, but we're going to do offset vector. Or maybe this, we just need, I don't know. We can have a hover thing where if the mouse goes over it, it like pops up or something, and then like when you press it, it actually clicks in, but I don't know. For mobile, that's not really much of a consideration, but that's kind of a nice extra polish to have here, so I think I'll just keep this. Press offset and then hover offset. And then we have a couple different events that we need to listen to. Oh yeah, we have to use... I think probably system as well for observables. We'll see. And then we have to have a private. Cool. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. 1 second. Sorry if I get a little bit focused here. The progress champ. Where's the Flappy Bird? I'll show you right now if this compiles. You're my hero. Thank you, my pad. But I don't think I really do that much. This is awesome. Thank you, man. I'm glad you guys dig seeing just a dude mumble to himself while coding. So this is the thing we implemented yesterday. You can purchase, alright, here we go. I was pressing the wrong button. You can purchase stuff and then you can recolor it based off of the spray can you use, and then it gets saved and then you can enter the game. I don't know why it's being laggy right now. But I think it's more so to do with something dumb I'm doing and not the game, but probably something else running. But yeah, this is the look of it. I've also moved the layers to be closer together because I had someone test it today and they said that the background's really disorienting how much depth there is between layers and how much parallaxing happens. So I kind of squash things down a bit so there's not as much parallaxing. It's still there, but it's more subtle. And then there's also an added effect where like atmospheric scattering is much more prevalent there. So We shall see. I'm also feeling the camera's too extreme, but I don't know. We'll see where we go from there. What IDE do you use? I usually use Rider, but right now we're just using NeoVim. Not even NeoVim, just Vim. Straight up just raw, regular Vim. Keyboard, here's the keyboard. That's awesome. Thank you, dude. It's been a while since I joined. I got really sick for a week or two. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Parker. But I'm glad to have you here back. And I hope you recovered. Being sick, I mean, it goes without saying it sucks, right? But the thing is, there's like different flavors of sick that have like different status effects on you. So there's sometimes where I'm sick and I'm actually kind of happy because it's like, oh, this is an excuse for me to actually rest and recoup and be a bum, and I don't feel like I don't get pressure from anyone. But I have an internal pressure that I should be always productive. That's just me as a person. But when I get sick, I'm like, all right, this is my excuse to be an ultra, to bum out for a little bit, and it's going to be fine, and it's needed. But then there's other types of sick where it's not that, and I'm fighting for my life, and I am hovering between two realms right now. That's not fun. So the question is, are we going to do this? Are we going to do this in a retentive mode or an immediate mode? If we can do the subscription stuff to make it like an immediate mode type thing, but honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. Or we can do this to make it like a retentive mode, or I forgot what's the term for it. But I think we're just gonna do immediate mode. I like it. It's simple. Makes sense to me. I'm a simple man. So we're going to set the hover state first. And what does that Boolean look like? Is being hovered. Yep. Cool. Oh, we also have to cache the initial. Of course, we're going to do this all in local position, which is fine. Okay, that should be good. Is it just called? No, we're not even call it current target, just target. I don't want to have to be verbose. It's going to be equal. And in fact, this is stupid. We know its position. It's very fairly easy to see it, so we're just going to keep things simple here. Initial plus hover offset. Also, by the way, guys, if you have questions, let me know. Not only like right now so that I can answer in stream, but I mean, I'm thinking about making educational shorts or just things to kind of, I don't know, point people in a better direction. Just something that's beneficial to people in general. I'm trying to be conscientious about actually providing utility to society instead of just being me, so if there's anything you want to have me answer or explain or whatnot, let me know. And either I'll do it on stream or I'll do it in a short, in a more thoughtful environment, or I don't know. Or maybe I'll just do a mini lecture video. I haven't done a lecture in a while. It'll be fun to do that. So we have this. I realized though that we don't have, I think we do have an input action phase, but we don't have a property is being pressed. This is very redundant. We should just call this pressed. Why is this being super laggy? This is strange. My computer can handle quite a lot, so I'm not sure what's the issue here. I have 52 gigs of RAM used. I don't think that's it though. Looks amazing, man. The last time I joined, the textures aren't finished or something. Yeah, I was figuring that stuff out. Educational content sure would be dope. Even just talking through some of the problems you're running into and some of the cool ways you solve them would be fun. Okay, I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that, King Taro. Like, explain some stuff. I think another thing I like doing is shader stuff, but that also kind of has a prerequisite of knowledge. Maybe we just do that. Maybe we just make some series of shorts explaining some basic ideas of shaders so that we can talk about the interesting, fun stuff we're doing. A customer at work said he made a game called Tyrannus. I'm going to check it out sometime, but he said it's legit. Tyrannus. It sounds like a game from like the 90s or 80s or something. Tyrannus game. 2016 video game. Obsidian Entertainment. Huh. It does look legit. Paradox Interactive. Yeah, it's a big. It looks like a. I mean, I don't know. I'm just going based off marketing. Or is it a board game? I don't know. I'm not gonna Google more than this. If I don't get the if I don't get a trailer in the Google search, I'm like, all right, we're done. The Google image is gonna be it's gonna inform my impression, and that's it. We should probably refactor this, but we'll do that later. Yeah, it's like this feels laggy a little bit. Why? I only have 60,000 tabs, dude. Why are you mad at me, dude? Oh, dude. My system's like lagging a little bit. It's getting worse and worse a little bit. Also, Davita, welcome to the Discord. Glad to have you here, man. Or woman, whoever you may be. Do I have... What's going on here? I don't know what's going on here. I don't have that many workspaces either. No idea. We'll survive. It's fine. Yeah, you know, actually, here, you know what this probably is? And then we do a rebuild, and then watch the performance return. Yeah, this feels snappy again. That feels snappy. Yeah, PyCom's being weird. I don't know why. but it is. Is your computer computering? I'm trying to make a computer a little harder. How do you decide when to add a design pattern? Any go-to you fall back on? I don't really fall back on anything particular. I try to keep it as simple as possible, and only if something absolutely necessitates it do I actually do it. But I'm never really like modeling off of the domain. I'm not trying to model the domain. It's usually I'm just gonna keep it simple, and then either things work out or it doesn't. But it really depends on the circumstance. Like if I'm doing, there's some things that are just inherently have to use a certain type of thing for it. Like if I'm doing like a command structure, then of course, like if I'm gonna make undo redoable actions, then I'm for sure gonna do a command structure to implement that, right? But you know, I think in general that I try to keep things as simple as like one layer of like no more than one layer of inheritance, right? That's the maximum I'll ever do. We never go beyond one layer. So like I'm fine defining like an abstract class, and then maybe have or interface, and then have child things for that, just for simplicity's sake. And but like even then, it depends what I'm doing. But that's like the most I'm willing to do. And anytime I'm not doing that, it's because I've made bad decisions that are just kind of propagating, and I don't want to refactor it. So like an example would be maybe like the material, or not material, but the item system I have here, which I kind of want to refactor it, but I've introduced that just because I want to have this idea of a dev kit that exists independent of projects. So. But yeah, I try to avoid it as much as possible and just have like the single instances. And then even then, I favor having like, I'm starting to favor just having larger classes, and if there's divergent behavior, I just have enums that indicate the types, and then have the divergent functions happen for that. If I need to, I can have like a static class to handle that stuff. So like, you know, I don't know. Something you might do is have like, and it's going to have all the stuff that you need, but then you can have like a and then do stuff from there, and then like that's an option that exists, and I've done it before, and it's actually, I kind of like it. I know there's no, not skill. And then you end up having, like, if you have some general functions, like, I don't know, execute. You can have, like, a switch statement that diverges there. Basically kind of recreating a strategy pattern, but in a very different way of organizing stuff. Just really depends on how I want to have things packaged. And then you usually have, like, those functions separated to, like, static utility classes or something. Some general patterns I do use a lot, though. I use a lot of, like, for example, you're seeing here subject, which is basically like events. So if you want to do reactive code, I like using this structure from UniRX. I also like using message brokers because there's a lot of parts of the application that don't need to have a connection to anything else. It just needs to listen for something. So I end up I do enjoy, do I have an example here? Do you have the player class somewhere? We have the shop view. And we have the player, yeah. And I know it emits some messages out to the rest of the application. That's like really convenient, honestly. I'm liking like this whole idea of, hey, we have these structs that indicate certain messages that are being emitted somewhere in the application. Where it's happening, it doesn't matter. All you're concerned about is ingesting this message and doing what you need to do. So like one part of the application can emit this, and then like 10 different parts of the application can handle it in the way they need to handle it, and it's fine. And message broker system is great, especially like in a context where like components have to react to these things, but they don't really have to interact, or they don't have side effects aside from each other. Yeah, I mean, there's a few different things, but like I said, it just kind of comes up. I mean, there's also like fads that you go through. I'm always kind of trying, not always, but there's some things I just kind of start trying out just because I got exposed to it, and I just want to test it out to see if it's actually worth, if it can hold its weight. And so far, like, reactive extensions have been very, I like this paradigm for quite a number of things, but not for everything. Right, we were implementing something, right? Yes, we were implementing the isPress state, which was something we're going to implement. Process input. In fact, I don't want to. I mean, it's easy to remember that. I actually don't need to copy it. So, in this state, false. Otherwise, you're true. This would be really actually just is pressed this frame. Because that's what I'm actually specifically indicating here. Otherwise, it's just going to be this. Right, I'm not done, am I? Yeah, because we have to do is pressed now. And if this is pressed, we're going to, instead of doing initial plus hover offset, we're going to do press offset, yeah. So we do this, and then finally we're going to do some kind of lerping via action. Vector 3. Nope, we're going to do target, and then times whatever percentage we want to use for this. It doesn't really, should probably make a field for that. That seems something that's actually Alright, let's check out here. Let me catch up in chat real quick. What's going on? Ogun. What's going on, Cosmic Edits? Are you live on Twitch? No, I don't stream on Twitch. I don't vibe with Twitch. That's neat. I'm not that familiar with message brokers. I'm trying to learn more about best practice for game development. I'll have to start a new project to play around with it. Yeah, I'll show you real quick. It's actually a very simple idea. So like, so let's talk about message broker. It's a very simple idea. Maybe I should use the Intellis writer, since it actually, you know, has better highlighting and can correct me if my syntax is wrong. But I can give you the general idea. So I don't know, scratch space, or I already have a scratch space. Okay, cool. So like, what What is a example I want to do? Okay, we're just going to be in a function, right? We're just going to talk about. So we're going to define a variable called a message broker. So this is the data type message broker, and then whatever we're going to call it. Does this have? This has markdown rendering? Or am I just crazy? I thought it was, yeah. It became italicized when I did that. Okay, we just create this new broker, right? There's only, and then we have like, we create some kind of struct called a message. And it's going to contain whatever information you want to have here, right? Like literally anything. It could be a blank struct if you know you're just listening for the event and there's no pertinent information, or maybe there's something in there, right? So it can be like, I don't know, on purchase made, and then it could be like the item they purchased and whatnot. This is just an example. And then, so you have this, right? So you can have one part of the code that's going to emit the message. And you're going to have another part that's going to be listening / receiving the message. And the syntax for that is very simple. You have your broker that you're accessing from somewhere. It could be a static thing, doesn't matter. And you're going to do publish, and then the type of data, the type of struct you're emitting out. Purchase made, that's the struct that we defined up here. So we're saying, all right, we're publishing a purchase made, and then you're going to pass in that instance. So in this case, it can be like, I don't know, item and 10, because we spent 10 shekels or whatever. So somewhere else in the application, someone has decided to listen for this event, right? Usually this part happens before the actual emitting of this event. So we're going to reorder things a little bit. And over here, whatever part, maybe it could be a UI that's going to play a certain effect, or something that's going to play a sound effect, or maybe some new option should pop up in response to this. Whatever it is, we're going to set up how that listens for it. And the syntax for that is very simple. You just do broker.receive, and then the data type you're looking for, in this case, on purchase made, and then you're going to subscribe. We're going to use a lambda function. If you don't know what that is, it's nothing crazy. It's just saying, hey, what is the data type or receipt? It's like the behavior that's going to happen after the words, right? So like, for example, this X is the message we're receiving, right? Somewhere in the application, a purchase is made. This is the data that contains it, right? So for example, I can do like X dot purchase and access this field here. Like that's the thing we can do, and do whatever we want to do with it. So maybe you want to have more particle effects or a bigger purchase, right? Either way, all the stuff, your response is going to happen within this scope. And that's all there is to it. And of course, you want to add to whatever game object this is, so that you're not always listening for this when you switch scenes, for example, or something. That's the syntax for a message broker. That's all there is. So a bunch of parts of the application can subscribe to receive this thing, and then another part of the application can emit the message and propagate out to everything else. So like if you look at a lot of the other code we're doing here, like you're gonna see that cross a bunch of different places. Yeah, like here, you know, we have broker receive, and we're looking for a shop update event, and then we're subscribing this function on update made to respond to it, right? We have other things like we're using, this is not message broker, but it's similar syntax for subscribing. UniRx is great. But yeah, you get the idea. Hopefully that explains message brokers. It's pretty handy. And if you're not using it, I think it's actually very useful to use in the context of game deving. Or just application development in general. Let's catch up. You can see a mistake you made. Well, I'm just writing in pseudocode. The idea is there. Yeah, I'm sort of just explaining a message broker. With Lambda, so this is a great example for me to wrap my head around it. I'm glad. Then yeah, it's gonna be a piece of cake for you. It can be a Lambda expression, or you can just like omit it and just attach whatever function or action you have. It just works. I like it. I use it a bunch. And then this is not a standard thing, but this is what I do. I like to add a lowercase m underscore prefix to structs that are meant to be messages. That way it's very clear just looking at it. Oh, this is a thing that's like, it's meant to be emitted as a message. It's not like some critical part of the application, or it's not like a system or something, right? It's a message. So it's convenient to be like, all right, I know this type I'm dealing with is a message type, and it's probably going to be emitted or received somewhere. Just gives more context. I like it. The more I can understand what the purpose of a class or a function is just by looking at its structure, the better it is for me. The less like mental gymnastics I have to do. It's being pressed. Yep. I should specify that this is this frame. And then we do this lerping, and that should be correct. Okay, so I think this is fine. Which means we don't have to do any of the subscription bull honky. Because we're treating this like immediate mode. I like that. So we're just going to see if this compiles, because I just did all this without actually, you know. And things are wrong, as they are. So I guess we're going to open up writer. It's at line 13. Let's see if we can get to it. Line 13. What? Hover offset. What? How's that wrong? Okay, I guess I have to also do something else real quick. Yeah, I guess PyCom is just being weird. Oh. Well, that's fun. All my windows have this clock icon on it. That's not ominous. Dude, what? That is totally not ominous at all. This is fine. So if I make a new thing, a new application, that's fine, but these pre-existing ones are just not working? PyCom, what did you do? I can't even read chat. OBS is like gone. Why are these things showing up red? Okay, I guess PyCom, you return, and hopefully things stop being broken. I haven't had this issue in a long while. PyCom has been treating me well for a bit, which is why I started allowing it to be out of its cage and actually be part of my ecosystem, but it's behaving bad again. Good times are producing the weak software. Mom, pick me up. Okay. And we have the loading bars. Oh my goodness, so it doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter. No matter what I do. I can't even read chat. I can't even see OBS. I can't even quit if I wanted to stop streaming. Isn't that crazy? Everything is just a black bar. Can I interact with stuff? I can't, so it's not even registering button presses and stuff. Like it pops up for a second and then it hides away. It's like shy. PyCom is dead. Has stopped unexpectedly? Yeah, no. You think? Sure. Alright, maybe this time it'll fix my woes. This is very odd and perplexing. I'm gonna have to go into my my window manager i3 is not working though. And I can't see my other workspaces. So we're just in a bad. Okay, one second. i3 config. Let's modify something here. Any place where I do PyCom. I do. We have startup config. We do nitrogen restore. We do this. I forgot I can't do that. Okay. Now, does this do anything? Any other instances of PyCom here? No, that's all the instances. Okay, cool. Oh my goodness, dude, what is going on? So PyCom's running. These are just not happy. Well, that's really cool, dude. Hi, invisible chat. I can't even see you, man. You guys are just on your own. You're free, dude. You're no reins right now because I can't even see what's going on. Well, that's cool. YouTube doesn't even show that I'm live right now. No reins right now. Hey, there we are. Oh, Terrell, it's good to see you here, man. Landa's keyboard, please. Yeah, you got him. It's causing so much mischief. It is, dude. It is. It's very sad. I've been put on timeout today. Like, I don't know what to do. I can't. All my applications are just. Yeah, stopped working. Yeah, send that bad boy. I don't know what to do here, man. I can keep doing the restart button, but it's not gonna make these loading clock bars go away. Let's try Google or CAGing this real quick. Because new tabs work fine. And it's crashed? Sure, dude. It just keeps crashing, dude. What is going on? Oh my goodness, what is happening? Am I just on timeout for today? Alright guys, I guess we're on timeout, dude. What you're staring at, I don't even know what you're saying, dude. My screen is like completely messed up. So I guess we just I guess I just have to close everything down and then try again. Like, that's stupid. I also can't see the YouTube lives either. And you know what? I can't even open up Firefox, so it's not like I can just open up a new instance. It crashes immediately. That is ridiculous. Alright, I guess we just have to hard restart, guys. I guess I'll see you guys soon. Okay, I believe we're back now. Or at least we should be back. Alright, I believe we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We have returned. We have returned, I believe. Yeah, we're back. Let's go, unknown. Yeah, Timothy Connor, we're so back. Power cycled Swan Ken. What does fatal error mean? Sounds bad. It's a very bad thing, but you know, it's okay. It's okay. Because we made it out, and the lesson we've learned today is that we don't use PyCom. We don't care how pretty things are. We don't use PyCom. Also, this is not... There we go. That's my background. Okay, so yeah, the gremlin's out of PyCom. Yeah, we got. I'm pretty sure PyCom would work fine now, but I just don't trust it now. I just don't. It just hurt me. It did this bad thing to me. No, Unity Hub, you evil, terrible thing. You go over there, and then you are gone. Oh, don't tell me. It didn't actually. The one thing I hate is that it requires me to actually stay on the screen. No, no safe mode. We don't do safe mode. We're unsafe. We live a very unsafe. No, exit safe mode. Yes, I know what I'm. We have Git for a reason, dude. Get out of here with that. If I lose progress, that's my fault. Alright, and then we're going to pop up Ranger and go back to here, assets. Oh, he had a bunch of things open too. But we're in the garage, I remember that. And we also are using the button visual. And what are you angry about? last time we were checking error at line 13 in the visual. Something's wrong here. Why? This is simply an equal mark. I see not a thing wrong here. But that's why I am not a compiler. I am simply a human. A human. In class, record or struct. Invalid token. Line 18, what? Public class world button visual extends mono behavior. Semicolon open. We have attribute on there. It's saying the issue is happening here. But you're a class and you can have initializers. Oh! I forgot to include data type. Data type name and then assignment. Yeah, there we go. Yep, there we go. Come on. Okay, there's the rest of the issues. What's going on here with hover offset does not exist. I'm sorry. What? Because I'm pretty sure hover offset does exist. Oh, I was being a simpleton. We're good. Come on. Recompile. I know you want to. Watch the errors go away. What am I looking at? What is the channel about? I'm just working on games. Yeah, I'm just working on a game and I don't know. Just coding in general. I like coding. I do art too and music, though that does not perform nearly as good, but it's alright. I'm here to just make games and show the entire process of it. You have to make a spray sound effect for this too, don't we? Cool. Color swatches. Works pretty well. Cool. I also want to make this more, I think I want to add a weight category to hulls, like have certain hulls have a certain weight amount to them so that, like, yeah, they have a bigger amount of health. Like this one can take way more damage, but it also results in, like, exaggerated acceleration or something. Like, that's something we can do, I think. Yeah, that's an idea. But I don't know, I kind of don't want to have hulls have too much of a impact on that. Because it's like, you have like the engine and then you have the hull and then you have the brakes and they have like these weird effects on each other. But I guess, like, I want to encourage people just trying out different weird stuff, so maybe that's actually fine. What is editor? Oh, I'm using Unity, but I'm editing the text in Vim right now. But I got it installed. It's fun. Can you explain the advantages of coding in Vim? There's actually none. Like, if I'm gonna be for real, like for all my production stuff, I'm using Rider, just because it has much more. Like, this is what I usually use. It has Vim motion, so I can still, like, navigate and do stuff. Come on, let me navigate and do stuff. But yeah, I have like a lot of the same Vim motion fun stuff. And you have like refactors and code navigation at a better degree, so you can see utilizations and all this stuff. It's just that I like using Vim just because it's like you have to you develop first of all, it's just different, right? And I just want to work on something that's different. That's not a tool I use regularly. Second of all, there's a cool thing that happens when you work on a code base without any IntelliSense, and which is that you start having a much more intimate just knowledge of the code base. Because you're not waiting for the autocomplete to happen or suggestions or stuff. It's like, no, you actually go to the file and look at the definitions, and you just type things correctly, right? You're very conscious and very intentional about everything you commit here. And yeah, it means you do have to do like the error cycling of like, all right, what does the compilation thing say versus, what I have typed here. But I don't know. It's a certain level of conscientiousness you have in navigating and manipulating text that you just don't regularly have. And I think it's fun to practice it. I know when I do my C projects, I do that a lot there too, and it's cool. It's a faster cycle though, because like I can just run, like when I'm working in let's say on the task manage an application thing. Like when I'm working on here, on this project here, right? Like the iteration cycle is simple. I just do build, and like either it clears or it shows me the errors, and then I can cycle back to like, whatever thing I was modifying. Do I not have a Vim? Oh, because you're starting here. I don't have an alias for this. I thought I did. Interesting. I should probably do that. But yeah, it's a quicker iteration cycle here. For Unity, it's not as nice at all because, it takes longer and it's whatever. But I just need, for me personally, I just need to have something different. Just for my own sake. Which, by the way, we should probably document this. Like even doing summaries is very, like it generates the tags for you in Writer, and it's very nice. I need to specify that just because that's not clear by the name. I should really rename it, but maybe I will. Is pressed this frame. And then we can just rename this to be we should be good. Let's see if that actually compiles correctly. It's nice like Vim's color coded. Yeah, it's the default one though. Writer's great. Yeah, Writer is great, dude. I like seeing the vintage. It's so satisfying. It is satisfying. I like it. I like vintage everything. Actually, no, I don't like vintage everything. Just, I don't know. This is stuff from that's kind of like either reminds me of when I was a kid or like, maybe it's something I directly experienced, but it's kind of in the same realm. Like I didn't grow up with the NES explicitly. I grew up with the Super Nintendo, but not the original Nintendo. But playing the Nintendo lately has been actually really enjoyable. And I think we talked about it before, but it's kind of cool playing games that are actually good on the NES because a lot of games nowadays can have weak game design, but presentation and all that kind of stuff can help hide and cover that. But with those games, like old games with NES that were actually fun and good, they didn't rely on, it's not, presentation is not the main thing that, like the main thing that's propping it up is the actual design of the game itself, because how limited the presentation for both visuals, sound, and all that stuff is. It's cool. Like I was actually surprised how like thoughtful and well-designed Zelda was. Okay, so we have all this stuff defined. I think we should be good to go. Ooh. I forgot. This needs to have a target object. That is kind of important, isn't it? Yeah. That means all this stuff has to be in reference to the target. We should probably also do an assert, but I don't know what class or what using directives you have to use to do assert and not null. I'm sure Ryder will tell me. But yeah, it has to all be relative to that. Time dilation, speed, yeah. Cool. Have you tried Codex? Nah. I don't really want to talk about AI. I have a command for it on this channel, but I just don't want to talk about it. Also, you have two separate keyboards? No, I have one keyboard split in half. I also have another keyboard though, an IBM, which I haven't used in a while. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. This should have a compilation error. There we go. And I'm pretty sure it has to do with... Oh, whoopsie. Okay, that's fixed. Assert. This is the thing that I'm a little finagly on. Missing reference file, and it's gonna be what? End unit. There's Unity engine assertions assert. And it's what? Is it like is? Not null. So what is Unity engine assertions? Unity engine assertions. Interesting. Again, I keep typing unit instead of Unity. I haven't even done that much unit testing in a recent memory, so I don't know why I'm having that. I'm using Ergodox Easy JC data. It's been pretty good for me. It's been pretty good. I've enjoyed it quite a bit. Okay, so this is now here. Let's start the process of breaking the game, the shop view stuff. So let's, in fact, Yeah, shop view. Because now we're not going to use Unity's buttons anymore. Instead, we're going to be using our own proprietary Cozy Cabin Games TM copyrighted world buttons to do all this stuff. Bike parts. So where's all the buttons? Yeah. In fact, we can even do like a simple replacement of just button with and we can just confirm each instance. There's some places I don't want to have like this here for names. I don't want to do that. So there's yes and no. So yes, 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 no, headers, yes, no, no. Where's the next instance? What are we looking at? Okay. We're good here. Ended up here again. Welcome back, Melon. All shorts lead to a stream. Yeah, they lead to this stream apparently. Yeah, it does not contain definition. You're not going to be very happy. Alright, as cool as it is to edit in here, I need to have these explicit errors. Okay, I think that's about it. Let's see if we can have some recompilation. And then, of course, I have to model something for this. But hey, the errors go away, and now all the UI is going to be busted until we actually add the buttons here. Which is fun, but hey, we're committed. We're committed to going our own path, our own separate way. So it's just the price you pay, right? So we have this UI, and we actually have this oriented, like, where the screen is, roughly. In fact, can I just do, like, 0? No, it's, like, down there. Interesting. I mean, okay, whatever, it's fine. I don't care, it's fine. We're good. Kind of, I think. As good as we can pretend to be. Alright, we're gonna add our first button and then we'll go from there. Actually, no, we're gonna do cats. We're gonna emulate the structure here. We have categories, we have controls. And we have view. It's just some stuff we can't get rid of. All the image rendering is happening on the canvas. Yeah, so we can't avoid that. In fact, I'm kind of worried that maybe the 3D world button thing might be a bad approach, but hey, we full send here, dude. We full send here. Alright, and then categories, we're going to do our first button. And you're going to be like here, I think. Actually, no. Category should move. And then you're going to have world button and world button visual. And then the target is going to be a 3D cube. Where that cube exists, I don't know. I don't see it anywhere. Oh, it's just that big. Okay. Well, you're going to be linked. And eventually I'm going to make an actual mesh for you. But for right now, we're just going to do this. Cool. And then you're going to be the target for this. On hover on the z-axis, you're going to pop up just a little bit, like 0, 1, and then press, you're going to be like 0.02. This is going to be negative. So regardless, the UI is not going to work, but this should exhibit the things we are looking to have, and then this should also be on the world interaction layer. No, this object only. It also requires a collider, doesn't it? Box collider. Yeah, it's way too large. Honestly, I can just make the... I don't know. I don't know how we're going to handle this. I guess I'll just manually shrink it until it's fine. Though I want this to match more of the actual underlying object, so I'm going to have to do something. This is good enough for testing, though. Good enough for testing. And then this should use our... not post-process. Ground. Okay, let's see how this looks. And well, that's not working. It pops up for a second, but then oh, that's actually kind of cool. Look at that. It's actually doing a thing. When you click on it, boom, goes back. And then we're going to do the nice clicky sound for the buttons. Oh, that's nice. That's real nice, actually. It's just the first time it's not correct. So I'm not sure what's the deal there. It's probably what I'm doing here. So we're setting a target as oh, do we not set target to anything? No, we don't. Okay, so we're gonna do oh, we should actually do target equals initial. That's the fix. Yeah, that should be the fix. And this can look actually very nice. Come on, recompile. I believe in you. I believe in you. Oh, my back. If anyone does squats, do you find like your traps are sore after doing some squats, some barbell squats? I'm finding that to be the case. Okay, so now it's not as pronounced, but there's hover and then press. Nice. It just works. Our code just works, dude. It just perfect. I'm not saying that we've written the absolute perfect thing in the world, but at the same time, can you deny it? I don't know. I don't think you can. It feels perfect. Okay, so that's cool, but I actually want to start figuring out how we're going to make this look and what kind of texture we're going to apply to this, because it needs to be readable to people, right? Like, there has to be like some kind of label that people can understand what you're pressing here. Or we can do like icons. And hopefully like this provides everything that's needed. We're getting closer to the actual like design and assets of this. But this seems like the direction we're going to be going in. So the question is, how is this UV mapped? I'm being robbed? Are you for real, Melon? Or is it just something with your brother? Pumpkin. Alright. What else did I need these? You know what? We need to do a different theme. I'm tired of Grovebox. Grovebox all over the place, dude. But I don't think there's any other theme here that actually fits close to what I desire. There's Grovebox Medium. There's Darkula Contrast. Grovebox, we're not do light. We're not gonna flashbang everyone here. There's dark medium, there's dark soft, and there's dark hard. Dark hard, dude. Look at that, dude. Oh, it's terrible. I actually hate this already. I hate this. Brother. I guess we're big. We can't escape it. This is the most ideal I can use here, man. Light mode code, no, dude. Hey, it's Pumpkin. It's good to see you again, Pumpkin. Yeah, no, this is how we light mode is how we like make everyone blind. This is fine actually. What's not fine is that world button also has another, it should require a component. Oh, but maybe I won't. Maybe what I'm gonna do is have a thing where we're permissive and add some undocumented assumptions about how this is gonna work. But where's Raycast? Here we go. This is not needed anymore, but we'll keep it for now. Yeah, we'll have this condition of like and or we're gonna do this. Oh, we can't do it because hit info is we have like Yeah, hit info is we're requiring this. Oh, we're doing something jank and kind of like technically it's kind of not sloppy, but at the same time it very much feels kind of sloppy. Like this is really this is dependent on the output of this within the same conditional expression. And then oh, this doesn't have any reference to visuals, does it? It just absolutely, yeah, okay, never mind. We can't do this. We can't do the assumption thing. We actually can't do that. So yeah, we're gonna bring back the require component. And enforce that every single world button has to have a collider of some sort. Any opinions on QWERTY keys, QK split keyboards? I'm not sure what is a... I know what a QWERTY keyboard is. I don't know what a QK split keyboard is. I only know this split keyboard, and that's all I need to know. I don't really have much strong opinions. Also partially because I haven't used anything else besides this, so except for like normal keys, so I don't even have experience to provide an informed opinion. It would be cool to try more stuff out though. I was looking at Kinesis. That's the other thing I was considering. These buttons. We have broken things. Now the question is how we're gonna... Because I can do... I should probably also just... Okay. We're getting closer to more like art tasks than programming tasks. I know we can do art on the stream, but I'd rather stream technical things than art things. So I guess the other thing I want to do before we go down that route is that I also want to figure out what other technical thing we need to do. Yeah, I know we want to have also, the person who played this didn't know what these were, so I'm gonna change this to be something more explicitly hazardous. I think that's just what we're do. Oh yeah, this, I want this to also not include zeros. I want it to be zeroed out, or just blank. I'm not sure if the Atlas has that for digits. It should actually. So then the question becomes... Game view UI, break, pickups get, coin. And we do the whole coin thing here. We do the math to get the decimal place. Honestly, man, I'm gonna be real with you. I think the easiest thing would have been just to do a string, like selected coins. If I'm gonna be real with you. But this is also hinged upon me actually using alpha digit sheet. Score digits. Here we go. So index of 10 is going to produce a blank one. Interesting. So if I want to make something blank, I have to actually mark it, set integer. Yeah, we're being clever because I wanted to figure out like how to mathematically do this, and that was cool. But yeah, no, I think because I want to ignore leading zeros, not trailing zeros. I'm going to figure out if this place is like a leading zero, but floor to int. What place denominator? Like honestly, I hate to do it. It's kind of simple. It's kind of simple. And then all you have to do is like iterate. It's in the same iteration range. But now instead you do like, we're still going to do this as well. But we're going to iterate. We're going to do this. We're going to do this in a very particular way. Excuse me. Yeah, it's always a C# land. I thank you, Corn Brian. Fast file stuff can really block the CPU. What do you mean? I mean, it's not that big of a number, but yeah, PAL's not that crazy. Like if you actually unroll the assembly, it's actually it depends. I mean, it depends on how you're using it, what you're doing, but it's not that crazy. There's far more computationally crazy instruction sets in your CPU that are not that bad. But in this case, it's fine. And it's not like called every single frame as well. Going to bed, listen to this, very satisfying. I'm glad, Jesse. Yeah, you have a good night's rest. But either way, I think we're just going to do the string thing. This is fun, just for the sake of it, but... And... I think what we're going to do... is that we're going to iterate... Actually, I think the index... is probably current index. Digit... Yeah, and it's setting the actual offset. Okay, cool. So we're going to do the same thing. But we also have to check to see if it's exceeding the range for... We're just going to set it as... no, 11, or no, 10, I believe. Is that the correct index? I believe that's the correct index. And then otherwise, we have a sprite utilities. How are we gonna do this? Because this needs to be an integer value, and just getting this is not gonna work good. No, I don't use any of that stuff, Aaron Kobime. Have 5+ years of experience. I wouldn't, dude. Leak code is not a great metric for skill. Like, I would suck at it. Actually, probably not. I don't know. There's some things that suck. There's other things that probably wouldn't suck. I don't know. My cup's empty. I wouldn't call yourself bad for messing up leak code stuff, because I feel like maybe I'm also just bad, dude. Maybe that's actually, maybe I'm just coping. Brother. Yeah, this is the whole thing we need to figure out. So I guess what we can do, I mean, it'd be kind of cool to compare these. Like, we can do profiler. And then, like, sample this, but we're not gonna. I'm kind of curious now. Like, I'm assuming this is gonna perform worse. And then this should be continue. And then here we're gonna do I. So this is, if it's out of range, we're gonna do, I have it backwards. So if I is greater than or equal to length, value of string dot length, then we're going to do this blanks, and then otherwise we're going to do this. Okay, we should be good there. Let's see how this looks. When you're drawing, is it a version of AutoCAD or from Autodesk? I actually don't use AutoCAD or Autodesk. I just use Blender if I'm doing any modeling, or just Sprite for actually doing sprites. Or Krita if I need to do sketching of some sort. Hey. Okay, never mind. This is terrible. Why? Oh, because I got the character, but I'm not. We're gonna do int parse. Let's see how bad this is. How unperformant is int parse by comparison? And it's a character as well. Hold the phone. Int parse. Does this actually have to be a string? You can't int parse a character? That's like the dumbest thing ever. Like, it's pretty simple, man. Like, do I have to do character to string? Like, that's the dumbest thing in the world. You have a string, get a character from it, then construct a string around it, just so I can parse the integer value. I know it's probably like it's an ASCII table. I'm not sure if they're using ASCII. I don't think they are. They're probably using a UTF-8 or something. But it's probably like a contiguous like list of index for these numbers, and I just need to know the right number to like offset. So I should probably like cast the chart to like an int and then do some math on it, some C style stuff. But darn it, this implementation is meant to be the small brain version, the not thinky version. Yeah, that is silly, Timothy. It feels very silly. This feels very silly. Okay, the numbers are not. The number's not updating. Did I compile? Why is it? Why is the one? My boys messaged me now at this time. Is it direct conversion right? You should be fine internally. Just checks for A. That's silly. Yeah, it is silly. Yeah, because a string is a char pointer internally like C because they store the value as a ref. So I think string. What's going on here? Your if else missed something. You didn't return after the if it's continued to skip the else statement. It's gonna, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to skip this. It's not an if else. It's a guard statement. Like if this is conditions met, I want this to do this instead and then continue to the next iteration. I do not want to execute the stuff here. This is explicitly for the scenarios where this is not met. And I instead want to actually just, instead of zeroing out the value to a blank, I want to actually produce the offset. So this is all manners of Jinx, and this feels dumb. So what we're gonna do the smart thing, and we're gonna Firefox and Google, or no, not Google, Kaggy, in C#. How do I get int from char? And it's probably going to be some fixed offset value because they know the actual table. Oh, there's also the convert.int32 static functions. I'm so okay. So this is how they do it. You get the 0 character, and it's gonna. So it is like a contiguous like offset. That's actually smart. That actually makes sense. Because zero is the first, the starting index there. This assumes a certain character set. Yeah, that's an assumption. No, it doesn't, as long as the digits. Well, isn't that a specification from MSDN? And C# char is always UTF-16. Oh, they are using UTF-16. Okay, that's so much more simpler. I'm kind of I don't know why there's not an overload for that in that case. But whatever. This is fine. This is cool. We learned something new today. And now I know this and I feel like a cool dude for knowing it. And you know, I'm gonna bring this if I ever have to interview someone again for a position, I'm just gonna throw this in there just to mess with it. Okay, not really, but that would be a funny random thing to throw at someone. Okay. It's stuck at 1. You're tearing me apart. Okay, I've structured something fundamentally wrong. Should I be ignoring the equals cases? Because this is... Oh, we're doing value, not collections. Which means the other implementation would have been right, but that's just also a dumb implementation, so maybe we're better off not doing that in our life. Maybe we're better as people for avoiding that. No, we don't do GPT here. There we go. It's a little nitpick, but I think it looks better when we don't have this other information there. There's redundant zeros. Oh, I saw the 0 there. You're updating incorrectly. Oh, I was right to be suspicious about how we iterate. Oh, I was so right. The places are reversed. Okay. So, what is a gamer to do? What is a gamer to do? I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm not in my best condition tonight. I think I'm just a little tired. What comes to mind, though, is the places are incorrect. So I would want to do... I almost want to do length minus I. That feels right. But it also feels like I'm going to produce some weird stuff. I think also... No. I'll use count. Okay, whatever. It'd have to be more than that, though, wouldn't it? Actually, I want to keep... This has to be the same. The thing we're flipping is this. And we have to do -1 because this is... I think... Actually, no. We want to keep this still I. We want to flip this one, I think. We're going to see if this works how I imagine it to. No, yeah, that's Valoria. That's what we fixed. We're setting the value, not the current. Oh. Exceptions happening, so I guess we're having an argument out of range exception, which hypothesis confirmed. So our jank thing here is not working. Because in the case of I equals 0, this would be the index out of range exception. That's my assumption. That was my assumption at least, but that still is producing something weird. No, I'm not going to do a while loop. There's a way to do it in this iteration, or the way it is. I just have to remap the integer we're indexing into. Dude. Oh, are we also getting the length for the correct thing? Maybe that's the case. Maybe this implementation was fine, but I'm using the wrong counts. Yeah, I have to do not count digits. I think I have to do to flip the value of string. Yeah. There we go. Okay, that should work, I think. Yeah, I thought it was weird that it was count instead of length. Do you play Elden Ring? Nah. Probably should at some point. It seems fun. Okay, let's see if this wraps correctly. Hey, we got it right, guys. See, we just had to remap index values and it's fine. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. That's what we're talking about. Let's go. That looks better, dude. That looks significantly better. Also, another thing I want to fix. Camera. Controller. The way we do stuff initially is wrong. We have 3 usages of this. It's all within Garage View. And I think what we're using for the vectors here are incorrect. Yeah, this should be using the transform forward. I should make a separate function for this. Yeah. Okay, this is not cam home target. There we go. So this should fix the initial position for the camera. It's wrong until we actually select something, so this should actually work now. So on Discord with you and just mess with this code? Yeah, nah though. This is kind of a write-only operation, or read-only operation here. I think the most open I am about the code is just what I do on stream here, which is basically all of it, but I like solving stuff. I'm the person who likes solving the puzzle. I don't want to have a puzzle spoiled for me. Unless I'm in a particular mode where I'm like, okay, this is something I explicitly do not know how to do. So humble me and I'm going to take notes and it's going to be great. But stuff like this, I'd rather just get to the conclusion. Camera's still incorrect on initiation. There's some people who are very pragmatic and just care about the final thing, but I like the satisfaction of actually solving stuff. Okay, camera controller set targets. We have the look target. I see. Yeah, I should make like something more better than this. Or it's good for a certain type of thing, but we have a fundamentally different assumption now about how this works. Yeah, because it's now it's relative to this is all positional information, not vector information. So what this is actually expecting is like a position plus, you know, whatever vector and then this. Yeah, I need to change this. Or have an overload, I think. I think that's gonna be more sound. If we try to play it, maybe. I don't think so, man. I don't think I want a heads up. I think whatever terrible fate that's gonna happen to me in Elden Ring is just gonna happen. It's gonna be a bad time, and it's gonna be fine. Sure, bro. I couldn't. What? When you're drawing, is it a version of AutoCAD? No, that's the old common. All right, let's see if this fixes it. Hey, there we go. The cameras are working now. We have to fix the lerping, the interpolation backwards, though. It's way too jank. Maybe I can't rely on interpolation for this. It works great in one direction, and the other direction it's like terrible. I think I'd have to do... Like we can do... I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, this is all broke. We've broken everything today. That's what we done. We done broken everything. Everything. We done broke everything today. But it's fine. Because I just need a test, dude. Last camera motion. Not the way I'm doing it. I'm just doing interpolation, both in the quaternion and position. Position makes sense, it's fine. Quaternions are where things get weird. Because that's like the mathematically correct way of doing it. I think like I would have to change the actual I don't know, I have to think. I wonder if it's a winding problem as well. Or maybe I'll try something different. Like I can try different interpolation methods maybe. That might yield different results. Like it might sound dumb, but maybe I should I might try just interpolating the components of the Euler angles. And see how that turns out. That seems a little bit more jank, but I'm not really concerned with any limitations of like gimbal locking and stuff like that. And that seems maybe more numerically consistent. I don't know. We'll see. If it's a winding issue, it'll still happen even with the Euler angles. Garage view. This is where we handle that. And then here's where we set the targets. So when we set the targets, let's actually go here. Open garage. Go back. Yeah, we set the targets to home target, home forward, home position, all that stuff. And yeah, it's just that's just the values that happen when you interpolate from that pose to this pose. It's a whole thing, man. You're at NeoVim. Hi, Neo. What's going on, Matt Tones? Well, it is a full-blown enterprise IDE. I'm just using Rider, but I'm using IdeaVim, a plugin for Rider. So allows me to have the best of both worlds. But sometimes when I'm, you know, when I want to spice things up a little bit, I go back to just regular old Vim and do some work in there. But for this, we're doing this. We're doing some rider. Look targets, and then an update. Because it has to be happening on update. Oh, we have late update. And we do... I believe we're in lerp. So this is how we're doing the interpolation for rotation. We're doing a spherical lerp. And we're producing a quaternion look rotation from here. So I wonder if it is a winding thing, because we've gone from this quaternion we produce to like the one that happens here. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. It's odd. It's odd. Snow? What? We're gonna have snow today? In the next few hours? It's supposed to be spring, dog. What's going on? Alright, whatever. Yeah, you have a good one, not today. Now you know what keyboard and model you're using. Here you go. That should have the stuff. I forgot which command it was. Let me try something. Let's just try direct lerp. I mean, it's going to produce, honestly, it should produce the same results, because it's not going to fundamentally change. It's going to change the precision of values between the anchor points. You know what? Maybe we have to do like a railroad thing. Like we define a path and then we have it navigate through that. Like maybe I can record the values for this, for the initial change here, and then we can replay it. Yeah, because there's some intuition about quaternions I just don't have, and rotations. And this is not going to change stuff, but... yeah. There's something odd about this. You're in Saskatchewan? Are you for real, Brendan? That's great, dude. I mean, not great about the snow and the crazy stuff, but we always joke about me relocating to Saskatchewan and just living in a cabin, just like fully going complete isolation. But yeah, we haven't done that. I haven't done that yet. But hey, it's cool to see a Saskatchewan night here. Also, horizontal view, horizontal stream. You guys got to 64 views, so that's a nice number. That's the real nice number. Computer old monitor? Nah, it's just this is what I'm using right now. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not sure what we're gonna do with this. This does bother me. It indeed does bother me. We have lerp speed, which is set to whatever it is currently. It's a serialized field. But I think I want to allow anyone to assign it. Oh, we do have a function for this, though. We can do like a quaternion inverse. But that just requires us to be very specific. Like, you have to, like... That's, like, not intuitive. Like, you have to explicitly know when to make this a inverse rotation instead of, like, the, Or maybe we check against our target. I don't know, actually. Like, you can do this and then do another one with like 180 degrees of or another. What was it? Quaternions have like dual coverage, right? So they have, instead of 360 degrees, they have like 740, something like that. So maybe we do 2 iterations and then find out which one has the lowest delta compared to this rotation and then choose the smallest one. Maybe that's what we do. I don't know. 200 lines. That's not that bad at all. This is pretty reasonable, honestly. This is very lightweight. There's plenty of other things that are much more... exceed that, especially the shaders. That we do some bigger stuff there. CC light model. Yeah, this gets to 600 something. I for sure have some 1,000+ stuff somewhere. Just need to find it. Game board manager used to be insane. Yeah, this has become much more reasonable. That for sure was like 1,000+ until we broke it up into sub-modules. Close the many tabs? You know, no, we don't do that. We don't use tabs. Or actually we do, we just don't know where we're going to. I just double shift and type where I want to go to. But because you requested that, let me open some more tabs. Let me open some more tabs that weren't even open before. Like, hey, what about this camera? Or sprite scriptables, or... Okay, what? I don't even know what's... I can't distinguish between what's already open and what isn't open. I'm gonna be real with you, man. Shop data. I don't think that's open. Yep, let's open all these bad boys. In fact, while we're at it, let's just keep opening more stuff, man. In fact, why stop here, dude? Let's decompile some stuff from Unity. Like, hey, dude, let's look at the list class. And you know what? Let's look at the IEnumerable interface definition. Do we really know what's going on in there? I don't know, man. I think we need to keep going deeper. I think there's so much to discover, dude. Oh, brother. Okay, let's not do that. That's a step 2. Let's go into object, dude. Can we decompile object? Yeah, we can, dude. Object is a public partial class. Who knew? Who knew the object and C# is a public partial class. And look at all this. Their deallocator. Object expose exception. Oh, I wonder how that stuff gets thrown. What's going on? Hey man, how are you? I'm doing alright. I'm pretty tired today, if I'm gonna be honest with you, but it's all good, man. Also, what's going on, gas space? Yeah, we fixed, like, today's not a big feature day. Today's just minor nitpicks, fixes, and stuff like that. And then I think I have to spend a day or two making assets, and then we can come back here. I think I'm bottlenecked by just user testing, and then because the stuff I want to do or that need to be done is mostly just asset stuff, and then hooking up. Most of the important things, it feels like I know there's more things in our list to implement, but in fact we can think of more stuff to add to this. Like we have this okay, we have to actually hook that in, but yeah, we have like this effect chip stuff, and we can implement more chips. I guess we can start doing that. Let's outline the chips you actually want to have. I think we add like a wrecking ball. What is this project? You just saw the game. It's a game that I'm making. I've been making on stream from the very beginning, and it's almost there. Like technically, most of the complex stuff is already implemented and done. I think I'm at this point where I just need to start making assets and switch gears, but it's just so fun to code. But yeah, there's like a wrecking ball thing. We have the invulnerability time stop. We have default dash. This sucks. I need to think of something better. This week fun for like destroying like the hazards. Which we need to implement something for that as well. Not only do the hazards get destroyed, but that they remain dead as well. Which means that our game board is going to have some additional features to handle like modification of the board state. It's probably going to be something very simple, but if it's not already, which I'm pretty sure it's not, for our culling system, we're going to have to have some kind of API that's accessible. So given a vector 3 position, we need to convert this into int. Did I implement it into? I feel like I did do that. Or maybe we're just using a vector 2 casting to int types, which is kind of weird, but it's fine. Chord from index, get index. This is for calculating index, so we don't have any utilities that convert world position. math utilities. And we have this get, calculate, get angle from position. It's going to produce 360. And then we're going to remap that within the bounds. Okay. Maybe I can't make this within a static function utility because this requires knowledge of the game board. Oh, but we do that stuff here anyway, so that's actually fine. Okay, that's cool. And that's going to be correct. Cool. That's going to produce degrees. And then or actually Y chord. Math. Divided by 360. Actually, we don't even have to do that. We don't have to do lerp at all. We can just do this and then multiply it by floor to int times game board manager board height. We do something like that here too as well. And we do floor to int. Cool. So we're on the same page here. And then x is just going to be x index. That's actually fine. So we finally can just return this is not enough actually, because I'm just realizing right now that for x chord position dot x, to get this in the coordinate space, we have to also adjust it for it has to be divided by chunk manager dot width times, I can't remember where, if it's gonna be a denominator or numerator. No, not width. It's gonna be cell length in meters, the length of a single cell. I'm pretty sure this should work. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So we return this, perfect. Chord from world, we pass in position, we get our 2D coordinate, and then lastly we can go into our model. We have buffer utilities. This, oh my goodness, we already had a get index. I'm dumb, I could have just done this. I already implemented this before. Okay, that's not a great name. I should probably change it to be something more explicit, but whatever. This works. So from this world position, I'm assuming. Yeah, it's doing the thing. Okay. Okay, well, I'm glad my math was very much similar. This is not. It's kind of the same. It was doing the same idea. Yeah, okay. Cool. That's all there is to it. Okay. So we have a mechanism of marking entity as dead. Within the player chip stuff. We're gonna have to add a whole thing for, not a whole, it's really just a function and then some associated stuff for it. But it's gonna require its own unitask event and then should be fine. We're gonna do Wrecking Ball. And you're gonna do a set of different things here. You also define the end behavior for it. Spend damage. You know, we're not spending damage at all. In fact, we're not gonna do any shader business. In fact, we may not even need this at all. We do need it, but we're gonna. I should have a prefix for all these effects to make it very clear that this is a chip ability that's being executed. I like that more, honestly. Anyways, but yeah. Yep, mark the chip cancellation. Suspend damage. Nope, 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 nope. No alpha changing. Nope, 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 nope. Progress render. Yeah, we do want to have this actually. Fade to 0. Okay. So I think we're just going to do this. Maybe we have the Wrecking Ball for like, I don't know, 5 seconds. So you have this. The blocking condition is if it's paused. Set progress, the loop action, that's correct. Perfect. That's actually, that should just work the way we want it to. And then we can have more stuff for this, but I think that's all there is to it. Yeah, okay. Let me catch up and chat real quick. Let's see here. Hey, Spartan, what's going on? Long as I've seen this monitor, yeah, it's been a minute, man. To make the code color like that, I'm using an IDE. It's pretty good for that. Does the rotation of the ship sprite character rotate according to the current vertical velocity? like is rotated between 45 and negative 45. Yeah, it's only based off velocity. It's actually a little bit more than that. It's just a weird interpolation for input, so that even if the velocity hasn't caught up, your input is actually represented. But yeah, there's like a limiting factor like that. Cozy's love, Cozy's life. Thank you, my Moosey. It's still it's the one from a month ago. Getting closer to done, but it takes time. Good lord, I suck at programming. Oh, we all sucked at programming. It's a matter of getting better at it. Yeah, it's like what you said, beer boons. Just gotta get better at it. For 8 years and 5 years, whenever I watch this, I feel the same way. It just takes time. Like I think I mentioned before, there's like 8 years where I just kind of stagnated with programming, like through high school and through college. I think it's not necessarily just an inherent thing. Like, yeah, some people have certain aptitudes, but I think also having certain mentors or certain work experiences can be super duper. They can make a big difference in terms of what you learn and how you apply it. I'm a mechanical engineer, so I just know enough to do somewhat complicated math calculations, control sensors, motors. That sounds cool, Phoenix, honestly. Oh, board manager? We could talk about it. We could talk about the architecture of the game. I'm wondering the same things, but I've only been programming for 2 years and watching understand my place. No, it takes time. Like, trust me. Me from like 5 years ago will be baffled at what I'm doing. It's not like you're like a lot of the stuff I'm doing is stuff that you can totally be learned. That can be totally learned or taught. There are some things that you just can't. Like, there's certain ways of fundamentally thinking about problems where I see, oh, that's a separation between me and like the elite, right? Where it's like, oh, this person, they don't mold to the code. The code molds to them. Arrow key autism fidget makes me nauseous. I'm sorry, dude. It's what I do. I don't have autism though, but I like fidgeting. What can I say, man? I just checked on async method and I have questions. I've never seen it before, so forgive me. My question is why use it with synced methods, because it says it creates a deadlock on the Ethernet. Second question is, what is the board manager? What does it do? Is it a library? Is it your own library? It's not a library. It's just a core component of the game. So async. Are you sure you're talking about this keyword async, right? And this unitask. These two things are important together. Unitask is a async library I use. That makes it very easy to do asynchronous stuff. We can kind of think about it essentially almost like enumerators or coroutines in Unity, except it's far easier to handle and allows you some extra cool affordances. And it kind of requires this to be async, right? Deadlock is a particular condition that can happen if you're like, if you have two threads or something like, or two things waiting for the same resources, for example, right? But you can avoid, like, for this stuff, they're not really contesting stuff, resources, and this is actually happening synchronously. Even though we have this async keyword, this is actually kind of happening synchronously, just kind of in the way that enumerators are have the illusion of asynchronicity, but really is actually a synchronous thing on the main process. But yeah, like you see here, like we have that function, and then we make it an observable and then subscribe it to make it actually be scheduled and launched. So you can kind of think about it like an EI enumerator that's just a bit more powerful, because like it's easy to make it be disposed if you're like, for example, in fact I should have done this already, but like an example, if the game, for example, for this object gets disposed, I don't want this to be listening for this event. I want this to be just completely ignored and disposed. So this says, hey, not only are we subscribing for this to be executed, but we also want this to be disposed of when the game object is destroyed, right? So this is a combination of UniRx and Unitask, but there's other places in the application that are actually are asynchronous in that sense, and that happens in the game board, and we can talk a bit about that. But there is a proper, next level asynchronous thing here, where we create a separate thread to do work. Yeah, we have this thread, we do stuff there. There's a way to use Unitask to do this in a better way, but yeah, here, and we can wait. Unitask waits until like this variable is set. The game board manager is something we wrote just for this game. It's something that's critically important for culling. So I'll show you right now why we're doing the things we're doing. So in this game, if I were to play it right now, let's play it. Let's run it. Unless there's some compile error, but hopefully there's none, and we're just good to go. And trust me, like a lot of this stuff I didn't know. Heck, I'm still learning about this stuff, but I only came to know about this stuff and tried using it because I've seen coworkers or other people use it. So in this game, we have entities, right? And you see how like we have this whole, like we have coins here, and we have like this hazard object, and then we have these cones or these traffic things that can hurt you. Yeah, so like if you look here, this is the map of the entire level we've generated, right? And each pixel is an entity. So that's a lot of pixels. That's a lot of entities. So much that we can't afford to have that many actual game objects in the game for a bunch of different reasons. You know, draw calls, even with culling and stuff like that, like, you know, it's just way too many game objects, right? So we don't actually create that many game objects. Instead, we utilize object pooling and culling to achieve this illusion that we have all those different objects here in the game for you. And that is the main responsibility of this thing called the game board. And this game board contains this massive array called the model, and it's just an array of entities. And this dictates some basic lean information. Not that much data is encoded here, right? Because there's going to be a ton of this. This is what's defined the entire state of that picture you saw, right? Each pixel, is it, what type of entity is it, what is its position, and then is it alive? And that's it, right? So you have this big version of this true version of the state of the entire level. And then we have something else called the view. If I can find it. Let's go back to Game Board Manager. Yeah, this. And this contains only the objects that are actually visible in the scene. Even though the game has like hundreds and thousands of objects, like or hundreds of thousands of entities that can exist in the world, because of your view, you can only see a small handful, like hundreds of objects, right? So this table is what contains like all the different objects that exist. Their position within this, their index within here, or their position, and then the actual poolable object that exists in the world. So if we go back to here, xcali draw, we have like different diagrams of this thing represented. But you kind of see the principle, I think, here, right? Where even though this is the whole state of the world and there might be all these different objects that exist, only the ones in the red within this view of the camera need to be shown. So this game board manager, what it does is that if there's any objects that are outside of this view, we just recycle them. We say, hey, put them back in the pool. They can be used somewhere else. And then let's say the camera moves and now there's an entity here that's actually in view and should be rendered. We pull an object from the pool and we display it. And that's like the big gist of this. This game board manager contains the state of the level and handles the pooling and the recycling of all the objects. You think you'll stop be of use to AI? I don't really care. Probably not. It's like enumerators in this case. It's kind of like enumerators, but there's more to it. Like there's ways of handling cancellations or waiting until a certain conditions is met. It's a way more powerful compared to enumerators. And what is a thread? It's a separate code. So it's not just separate code. It's a separate, like, you can think about like your CPU as this. Well, let's think about it this way, right? Like you have this thing called a core, right? And a program is like a list of instructions that are fed to it, and your core is ingesting these instructions and performing whatever action to your system, whether it be writing to RAM or whatever, right? But the thing is, it can only do like one instruction at a time, right? It takes it sequentially, but sometimes there's work that's gonna like take a while, right? Like, hey, you know, maybe this instruction is very beefy. This is not really how this works, but this is the way we're going to think about it, right? This part of the code is very beefy, and it's going to take a long while to execute, right? And if it does that, the rest of the game is going to freeze and pause while we work out this big, beefy set of instructions, right? Like the game chokes on it. So we say, we don't want to do that. We still need to have this big operation happen, but we want the main game's like the main execution of the game's instruction to not freeze and lock up. So you can think about it like you employ another core to take on that big beefy instruction. So now your main application, your main thread is not waiting for this to be done. It's just going to keep doing the game loop smoothly, right? And then it'll check periodically, hey, are you done working on this? And if it is, then it's gonna take the data that's required from it and do whatever, right? That's a way of thinking about threads. There's actually much more to it than that. I'm grossly simplifying it, but that's like the way of thinking about it. So that's why I spin up a separate thread, right? Because there's some things that are very beefy. So in this particular example, the beefy thing that takes a while that makes the main game stutter is that when we transition to the next level, remember that model we have here? You remember this, that variable model that we had? this, yeah, it's a big thing. And on top of that, our algorithm to generate the level takes a while to generate it. So that's something we actually want to have happen on a separate thread. So when we go to the next level, we not only set all this random stuff, right? But we spin up a new thread, and it's gonna perform this function path gen, and it's just gonna do its work separately. And then we set up a watcher that just listens to that thread and goes, okay, are you done yet? If you're done, then we can start the actual transition to the next level and do all this other stuff. So threads are really important and powerful tools to have in your I don't know, toolbox. Is it a side project? It's kind of a side project of a side project of a side project. We're on day 30 or 39, I think. So we're getting there. So it determines the map's entities and whether or not they have to function like movement or liveness. You know, it determines, like, yeah, you can think about it like a game. Yeah, you can think about it like that. But keep in mind, right, the key thing here is that model is big. Like, there's a lot of this struct, the data in this struct is very small, but the amount is humongous. The amount of entities there is humongous. So the goal with this is that, hey, we're going to have this source of truth, and it's going to contain just the bare amount of data we need for things. And then when, like, you know, when the player or the camera enters a place that's where this stuff is visible, then we're going to create the actual game object, and then the game object's going to handle its own logic and everything there, right? So the entries or the individual structs for this meant to be tiny. Tiny but high count. For the table, for this is the more complex object with more nuance and all that stuff. So it determines the map's entities and whether or not they have, okay, yeah. And a culling mask, we're not doing, so there's culling like you've heard traditionally for like you've seen it for collision or maybe rendering. We're not using culling. We actually have our own implementation of this. And the reason we have our own implementation for doing culling is because even though this seems like this crazy 3D thing, in actuality, there's a way to mathematically get like the position here, or there's a way to get the position and orientation of the camera and get the range of index values for this array. And then anything outside of that index range, we can just return to the pool, and everything within that range, we can determine if we can bring it in if it needs to be brought back in. So that's a specific thing we've implemented, or I've implemented. There's a function here called cull. Yeah, cull objects. So it's different from the kind of culling you're thinking of, like frustum culling from the camera, or culling layers, or culling masks and stuff like that. That's more for rendering or physics stuff in Unity. Thank you, dude. Thank you, 0xBI. And still continuously working with the help of another core. It has part of your code run on a separate core. That's a way to think about it. It just does it every single frame. So every single frame of the game loop, it checks the status of it. You can also determine, like, change how many times it does it. Like, there's different ways of changing it, but usually just every frame is fine. How do you keep track of your variables in larger projects like this? Part of it is you're just gonna know, like when I'm in Game Board Manager, I know I'm looking for the model. That's a variable that's just familiarity with your own code base. But then there's also like naming conventions that are important to have. So naming conventions are rules about naming your variables that are not enforced by a compiler. It's just a rule that you choose to employ, right? And it gives you information. So you can declare a float or int or whatever and name it, you know, anything, and it's going to compile fine. But I like having specific naming conventions so that I can look at a variable name and understand a bunch of things about it. So like, you know, in a class, for example, if I have a private float or private whatever data type, right? I usually prepend it with an underscore and do like camel casing. This is private data equals 0 or something. And now in the code, when I see this variable, I'm like, oh, this is a private member. This is not something exposed externally. That's something that's public, you know. It's gonna be Pascal case. If it's something that's static, I like prepending an S underscore and then, you know. So simple stuff like this helps you like have a dedicated methodology for wrangling your variables and make it so that you can understand what they are at a glance. Simple but quite effective and useful. And then you can always make your own names. Like we talked about how I have a naming convention for structs. Where if a struct is used as a message, I prepend m underscore and then, you know, on money spent or something. And that's going to be our, that's our struct. Why am I struggling to do bracket? Oh, I guess I can't tell the difference. But you get the idea. Naming conventions. Super useful, super helpful. And if you abide by these rules, it makes it easier to navigate your code base because then you know exactly what the variable is doing where. And of course, if you have like a local variable that's gonna, like let's say you have a function, private void do something, and you have some local variables defined here, then of course, you know, we do like just simple old camel case, I think that's the term. So it would be like local var equals and then yada yada. You get the idea. These are rules not enforced by your computer, but rules that you're consciously enforcing. This is the ones I use, but you can always make your own. It's up to you, but you have whatever makes the most sense to you, just employ it. Hence the need for it. Big imperials lead of time. I know what it's used for. Yep. If that was a lot of questions, I just want to make sure I understand it. I'm trying to extract information chunks so that if I need to, I can use them on projects in my team. Yeah, it's all good, man. And keep in mind, this is something like this is something specific for this game, right? Like any type of game you work on that's doing something interesting or different, you're gonna encounter your own weird technical abilities, or not abilities, technical constraints. And like this is not necessarily the first go-to thing we do, but usually the most important thing is to collect data and then use that to determine how you architect and design stuff. Like for this, I kind of intuitively already knew that, hey, we're going to have a lot of entities and we can't render them all. But then, like in earlier streams, you saw that we've gone through like iterations of perf testing, so that and refactors to improve performance. Like I think we even, I can go back here. I think it's projects and fight and flight, perf data. Yeah, it's fine. I don't care. It's fine. Like you see this initial iteration where this whole object calling and model update thing like took like 12 milliseconds, which was kind of unacceptable. And then, you know, we do different iterations, collect data. Was it better? Was it worse? Is it still good enough? Not good enough? And you keep doing that until you get to where you want to be, right? But you always start with the data first, right? First, just with how it is it bad, and how bad is it, and then how much do we go down the rabbit hole of optimizations. Yeah, and like I said, I might make shorts that are educational, because I think I want to. When I was a kid, I wished I had a mentor to teach me a bunch of stuff and at least let me know what I didn't know. And I've kind of realized recently that I'm in that position of like, oh, I have that information. So maybe there's just someone else like me when I was a kid out there that needs info. And, you know, instead of giving my usual response of like just Google, maybe I should actually just give some proper info of some sort. But it's also this thing where I've learned a lot of things that now are just ubiquitous for me. So it's kind of easy for me to take certain information for granted, or like not realize that it needs to be explained. Or maybe I do, but you know, I'm not sure how well I can explain it. But you get the idea. Yeah, those are pretty big dudes. Like the board manager, for example, but it gives me ideas. Yeah, like now you know that it exists, and like if you read, like if you get exposed to more ideas, the cooler it's gonna be. Like you can also watch GDC talks and stuff like that. You can do like learn about like GPU meshlet culling, and that's like a cool idea of having culling happen on the GPU instead of on the CPU side of things. And I don't know, part of this is like just getting inspiration, or getting just knowing that an idea exists, and then if you know that idea exists, then you can try doing it yourself. But if you never know it, unless you just try different possibilities for the sake of trying it and measuring data, you may never actually be like think to pursue doing that. So it's cool. It's cool. It's pretty rad, man. It's pretty rad, dude. I forgot what we were doing today. Were we doing anything productive? I don't think so. I think we added the mark dirty thing, or kill, or yeah, mark entity as dead. This thing. And there's more nuances of this model thing. Like the fact that this is not actually a 2D array, but rather a linear array that's unwrapped. Would be gain traction with that. I know it's about fame, but would it be helpful for everyone? I'm not even trying to pursue fame. Like, do I like when numbers go up? Of course I do, dog. Like, I'm a human, right? It happens. But wasn't the goal of this from the beginning, and I think I'm more concerned with just wanting to do something that's actually cool and helpful in some way. And I think my concern lately has been wanting to actually be helpful. So, yeah, I'm totally down for that. I think it's just a matter of just knowing what people want to know more about. Yeah, it's dead. Last thing you realize, already get index function. Yeah, we implemented that already. Yeah, I'm not sure we're gonna, because we have to do a whole thing for the player, because this is all in reference to the player's wrecking ball ability, which that's a thing we have to set up as well. I might like extract this into their own things, honestly. I don't know. It might make sense to. May not. Cause I can see this growing like crazy. Yeah, the wrecking balls here. And then like while we can make a lambda expression or some kind of function for like update. This is so weird. It's like we have like a micro structure emerging here. I don't know. We're just trying some stuff out and seeing what works and what doesn't. Do I have... Is this a singleton thing? Or do we have access to this at all? Because we're probably going to have to, actually. I could inject a proper reference and stuff, but I think we're just going to make a singleton. Okay. No, not instantiate. It's gonna be wrecking ball dot transform dot position. So we're gonna be marking this every single frame, and then the loop action is not only set progress, it's gonna be a few things now. So I'm gonna make this like a closure type thing. Cool. So we're going to set the progress, and we're also going to call this update function. That's not only going to mark this, but we're probably going to have a rotation thing happen as well. I can maybe just do it mathematically, because I'm probably going to make this a child of like the character or something, and then so I could just do like wrecking ball dot transform dot position. Yeah, keep this all relative to itself. We can do this. We can do the overwrite thing. Overwrite X and then overwrite. Like this is I just find this fun, but I know people would probably not like the way I'm doing this, but who cares? It's my code base. I can do what I want. Oh, this has to be subject to... there's a whole thing we have to do as well, don't we? The time dilation coefficient. But no, the player should... yeah, we have to handle that, don't we? We have the cancellation, or just yeah, never mind. We're good, dude. We're chilling. I think we're totally chilling, actually. I can't just use time dot, like, I can't use a static time elapsed thing, though. I think we have to do, like, we have to have some kind of accumulator that exists and then use that. Or just take in P, progress. Like, that's kind of goofy, but that actually would work fine. For the X, it would be cosine, actually. But it doesn't really matter. I think that should produce the correct results. Okay. Okay, and so we do all that. We call P, and then we also have this blocking condition for his pause. So this actually does work good. And then we can just set some kind of speed coefficient for actually rotation speed, and it's like, I don't know, we could do like 4 or something. And this becomes theta, this becomes theta. We're good to go. Recompile and see how this looks. How's it going, Charles? Good to see you here, man. The recommended ability mix with a dash, so it's based on collision, or is it separate? It's a separate thing. It's an ability you can equip. So you can equip the dash, or you can equip the wrecking ball. But they're mutually exclusive. But the wrecking ball is going to oscillate around the player, so they hit hazards or whatever, it's going to destroy it. Oh, what's going on here, dude? Love your content lately. I've been hearing a lot of artists getting laid off or leaving the game industry. What do you think about AI taking over game programming jobs? Is game programming art greater than art? I don't think so. I think it's very different. Yeah, I'm not usually the one to talk about AI, though. My thoughts have been evolving, though, because I have to use it for work, but... And I've actually properly explored a lot of these tools to get a better, proper assessment. Because it's kind of... You can't really discuss it unless you actually try it, right? But I feel like... If you're gonna... Like, the way it's gonna be... is that you're gonna, especially with the agentic stuff, but like, I think if you want to have a new generation of people who are skilled enough to do like good architecture and actually be able to take accountability for things and actually ensure quality for software, like they cannot use that stuff at all. Like, I think once you get a certain level of experience and wisdom, you can use it in a way that doesn't like degenerate you. But I think it's way too for someone who's new and doesn't have much experience or knowledge, like it's so easy to just get sucked into it, but you don't develop your how should I say it? Like you don't develop skill. And ultimately, like how do I say this? Like you only get that wisdom for software engineering by actually going down these rabbit holes and by implementing things wrong even, right? The AI stuff is going to produce things that seem to work very well, at least at that first glance, right? And they're going to produce things that are very, normative, which can be a good and bad things. I mean, it means it's going to conform to the norm. So whatever is like a common practice, that's going to be doing, right? But then, it's going to neglect the things of special cases and whatnot. But yeah, like it's gonna be you're not gonna have the wisdom of that. So like you can see if you use it, like you see where the agent starts going through these loop cycles, or where it's going down a wrong path and it doesn't realize it yet. But if you have experience, you've done this before. You understand what guardrails to put in place, or how to break those loop cycles, or how to validate what they're doing, how to even validate it, right? And take actual accountability for whatever it produces. Because you can actually modify it, you can change it if need be. But I think too many juniors or interns or whatnot are going to be reliant upon it, and they're going to atrophy their skills, and they're not going to have the skill set to actually be like a senior or staff or whatever. Or like, let's say they do, right? They're not going to have the means to actually validate what's going on. So like, things will be fine until crap hits the fan, and then like, GG's. I will say this, and this is kind of crazy, cause especially like my position this entire time, but there is some actual utility to it, especially like short-term stuff, or at least it seems like it, right? I think it's fine for things that don't matter, but as soon as you start working on things that are actually very important and have big ramification, then yeah, you don't want that to be in the driver's seat whatsoever. You need to be, because it's also technical debt, right? Because like, you get this thing now at the cost of your understanding of the application in the future, or just in general. So later down the line, if something goes wrong, you're going to have to pay that cognitive debt to learn and understand what's been written and generated. And it may be even harder to pick up compared to like maybe someone else's code in the company, or like your own code. So yeah, you're just deferring that. For some things that don't matter, or things that are just like, like side quests or something, like sure, stick it on there, right? Let it do its thing. But things that actually matter, yeah, no. You don't want that. At least that's what it seems like. We're going to see how my opinions change as my usage at work evolves with it, but I think part of the reason I'm not going to use AI in my personal work here is because I also don't want to fall into that trap of atrophying my skills, because it's so easy to slip into that. Yeah, we implement this world button stuff. Yeah, we're gonna player chip. But that's just in terms of the practical lens. I think still fundamentally I find it reprehensible. And I just don't like it. Like, not even in terms of just the conflict of interest, because of course, me as a professional programmer, there is a an inherent interest in like keeping my work relevance. But even that aside, I just hate that the usage of it because it's contributing to everything that I dislike. But that's a whole separate thing. Anyways, through the audio, might want to try fixing your mic EQ because it's annoying. No, I'm good, dude. It's due to the CRT, and I don't have the EQ band on this. I don't want to pay for an actual proper EQ thing for this, so we're just gonna live with it, and it's gonna be fine. But hey, that's how you know it's a real CRT. I think it goes away. I'm pretty sure it goes away when I turn it off. Yeah, there you go. So you know your ears are good if you can hear that frequency. I think it's a great tool for building foundations and understanding, but once you get more explicit needs, it's better to understand and deep dive into solemnly. No, I don't think it's actually good for that either, honestly. I think there's a real skill set to actually searching up knowledge. And I think being spoon-fed all that stuff from an AI, whatever, is actually declining a specific skill set. And it's a skill set that becomes much more relevant once you start getting into particular weeds and things that are not part of the training for a number of different reasons. Do I have... Let me see something. It's more apparent when I have the compressor on. Let's see if I can move it. It's interesting that you can hear it though, Terrell. Do I even have any? I don't think I have any equalization stuff. Which kind of sucks. I like the Helios. But that doesn't give the same control over the frequency bands I'm looking for. I don't know, let me know. Like, that's... that cuts off a lot. My bad. Yeah, and that's back to normal now, but... Yeah, I need to have a more robust EQ to cut out that frequency. And the ones that I would use are just not... It's a little rich for my blood. Oh? Do I own this one? Okay. We can change the frequency and change how specific it is. Like, we can try to kill it. I'm not sure how well it's achieving the effect. I'd have to go through a frequency thing. Yeah, it's an Origin, actually. You actually got that right, man. Good stuff, dude. Are you an audio head? What is he doing? I'm just figuring something out. I was just yapping for a little bit. We were doing some work, but I think I got kind of sidelined. And honestly, we still have to create this whole... I think for now I might just do a test. Like, if Wrecking Ball doesn't exist, we just create a primitive for right now, and then we'll do a proper thing later. Yeah, we need to make a bunch of assets. There's a, primitive sphere. So we're going to do null check on that. This is for end. We're going to do this here at the very beginning. And then heck, I might want to do more than that. That's fine. Oh yeah, we have to change the parent as well. I know we have like a I don't know what it's called though. I don't know what it's called. But something around here. Sprite renderer, character renderer. Okay. So that's going to be its parent. Local position equals cool. And then everything is going to be driven by this p-value. Okay, cool. Sweet. So I guess it's a matter of just creating the chip now and seeing if this works. First try. Let's see, man. In your experience or knowledge so far, what other skill would be useful to make a solo game as a programmer? Art, code, or game design plus code? Art plus as a programmer. Wait. I need to understand your question a bit better. Rephrase that. What other skill would be useful to make a solo game as a programmer? Art plus code or game design plus code? Game design is more fundamentally important if you want to make a good, fun game. Presentation's important too, but you can make a good game with minimal assets. You can't make a good game that it's not designed properly. The thing is though, like, game design is not like I don't know. Like art, I know how to tackle art and get better at art and work at it. I know how to get better at music and study and get better at it, right? Same thing with programming. Game design is kind of weird because it's kind of like, I don't know how you do it except just actually designing games. And I guess playing games as well and taking notes and understanding their game loop cycles and everything. But it's one thing to understand the game loop for... It's weird. I feel like game design is almost like this test of will for yourself. Because I start projects and I have this understanding of the design. But as you start encountering things and implementing the game, there's things that kind of want to bend your will or change it. And either you go with it or you don't. And maybe you're right to do that. Maybe you're wrong. I don't know. I feel like I'm still kind of a weak designer, honestly, because I spend so much time in implementing things that I don't get to actually go through that feedback cycle with a user. What's going on, Lambda? That's a sick name. What's going on, Lambda? Feels like when playing Diablo 2 in my teens. Heck yeah, dude. I still use the monitors for gaming, man. It's a good life. What was I doing? I was doing something. Okay, I guess we're gonna play and just see if this works at all. No, we're not, because I need to create the chips. That's right. I have to create chips. That's what we're doing. We have to go to bike config. We have to go to resources. We're gonna create a chip. We're gonna be called Wrecking Ball. And you're going to be called, we're going to generate a new GUID. And then price, we're going to keep it like, I don't know, 3. For hundo, make them go broke. And you're going to be Wrecking Ball. Cool. That seems good to me. And then I'm going to add you to the resources, the parts registry. What? There we go, okay. So now that's there. Cool. And I guess we just run it? I don't know. Is there anything else that's... Let's see. Let's see if this works. Ask in addition to programming skill knowledge, which would aid better? Is it creating a solo game, art, or game design? Yeah. I mean, art is going to be great for initial presentation, but if you plan to actually finish the game, game design is super important, but... oh, I can't equip it, can I? Because I've broken this, because I'm going to do the design stuff now. Okay, where's the default? Default. Where is the default defined? Default parts. Yeah, I'm going to change this to be the Wrecking Ball now. Let's see how this works now. Rainy and cold? Oh no, dude. New game, no, same game. Same game. It just matured. It's matured, grown. It's gotten stronger. Okay. Oh, I'm dumb. I never call this function, do I? No, I don't. Okay, that's kind of important. We also have the end here. Cancellation action equals end. Cool. Anything else that's required? Return to normal, please. Yes, please. You get return to normal. Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay, now let's actually call the function, shall we? Cool. I'm also going to refactor this. So it's very clear this functions are for chips. Not chippo, chip. There we go. Okay. Nice. Alright, now this should actually call something. Alright, let's see if this is I'm sorry, what? What happened? Why'd you behave that way? Okay, we got null reference exceptions out the wazoo. It's not that much actually, but it's happening here. Player chips. That's a known one. So this is null. Why is it null? We do assign. And this is not null. This is a real thing. It's a real boy. It's not locked. There's no icon, but that's fine for right now. Cooldown time is seconds. It's not that bad. Price is locked. I'm not sure why this is broken in this fashion. Not sure why. Saving though to be safe. Cool, cute setup. Thank you, Silverlight Dungeon. I'm glad you dig it. Also, let's go on Loki. Of the whiteboard today. Glad to erase it all. Yep. Oh, we're not going to erase it all here. Sad. Maybe not tragically. I think I'm going to print it out at some point. We're going to print it out at some point. Okay. And then let's actually... We're going to clear the console. And then we're going to press the ability. Things went wrong. Let's see where they went wrong. Again, it's saying this is null. Why is this null? Because we've had default chips before and they're fine. So I find it strange that this one... Where is this assigned? Vehicle. Chips. Though it's kind of odd to call it chips. Seeing that like it's a single chip. But kind of a misnomer, honestly. Also, why is there so many what? Why did that happen? Why is there so many of them? Okay, I guess something must have happened by accident. That's weird. Okay, hopefully nothing else is broken like that. Wait a second. What's that stack trace? Did I compile already? So where's vehicles a field that exist? Yes. And where is it assigned? It's accessed in a bunch of places, but it's assigned right here. You get the current instance. And then where are you assigned? Vehicle configuration default. Haha. And we changed the names of them, which is why this is not going to work. Which means that category in the registry makes no sense because we're hard coding this in here. It's good to know for testing purposes, but that's kind of dumb, but that should be fine. And that, okay, that explains everything. Yeah. Okay, we're good now. So now I press play. Oh, it didn't compile. You're not forklift certified? Melon, I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds like a tragedy. Couldn't be me. actually a fellow not certified forklift driver. Hey, and you see that, okay, what about the... It's not doing the thing. It started rotating and then it stopped. Oh, that's for the view. Okay. Oh, the bar doesn't go away. The progress bar doesn't go away. Okay, that's an easy fix. And then let's also set radius. This actually kind of just worked the first time almost. I mean, let's see if it actually deletes stuff, but I'm assuming it should actually. I feel reasonably confident in this. And then on end, what's going on? Here we go, progress indicator. Set that to false. Okay, cool, and then we're going to multiply the amplitude of this by radius, or set the amplitude to be radius that we defined. Okay, perfect. Let's go into here and let's see how this looks. Hey, how you learn to be a good programmer? A lot of good people who have taught me a lot of good things, given me opportunities, and also just a lot of time working on personal projects. I spent a lot of time making a bunch of starting a bunch of small game projects that didn't ultimately finish or get completed, but hey, I learned something from each one of them. It's not marking these as deleted. That is something we need to do. Also, it's moving relative to the player's rotation, so that's also not a good thing. We should probably do something about that. So yeah, this is not working. Tragically, this is not working as I would have intended it to. Also, we need to make speed a bit more faster. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere with this. And I think what we're going to do, create primitive, set transparent. Perhaps set it to transform, actually. The player transform directly. Let's see if that works well. And as for the speed, we'll do, I guess this constant should be defined here. That's where we define everything else. Oh, you know what? No, that's actually fine. So cozy. That's a goal here, Abu. Alright, I think the next stream we're going to start doing some web deving. I think we're going to do the website, guys. And then I'm going to work on assets off stream for this. I don't know, we'll see. Okay, I don't see the thing at all. I don't see the wrecking ball. So, but I'm willing to believe that it's probably just because it's not. So we do. Let's go to level real quick. I need to check the object hierarchy because I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure we have player in here. This has a player component. This is centered though, which means local radius would not be, the way I have it set up currently would not be correct. You have the character. This is a thing I want to be, do I want to be? No, I still want to be under player directly. But we need to set it to this position with the correct orientation. Actually, orientation is fine. It's just position that needs to be dealt with. So I guess we'll just do... Oh, that's an affine matrix. We need to set it to the character. Anything here that's set to character? Collision. I guess that's what I have to use. Yeah, we have to use a collision. Okay. So we're gonna use the local Z and yeah, position. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, so can you go away? Thank you. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. Overwrite Z. And it's gonna be local position dot Z. That's so dumb, but it works though, at least. I'm pretty sure this is gonna work. Fairly certain it's gonna work. Programming, making a game right now. Yeah, I make my own assets. Yeah, it's a good time. Well, that's how I'm probably gonna. I don't know. Maybe I'll stream it. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, let's see if it actually. Do you not mark things as dead? You don't. What about the other hazards? Okay, so just collision, this overlapping with stuff is not going to mark them as dead. That's a little sad, but hey, this is actually looking good so far though, so I'm quite happy. Maybe even please as punch. Radius is too close. I'll make it like 7.5. Also, we're gonna go, I think we're gonna commit our changes for the night. Not really the most exciting of dev, but hey, it's something, right? Getting closer, man. Ever closer. Fighting. Yeah, here we go. A bunch of small-ish fixes and features. And then, do I have to change anything to my dev kit? I don't think so. Oh, the camera controller a little bit. Really? What's the diff? Oh, we just changed from spherical lerp to lerp. That's nothing big. That's fine. I might just revert then, honestly. Is he a senior developer? Yes, that is my job title. Do I feel like one? I don't know. I think so. I don't know. I still feel like there's a lot I need to learn. No, I'm not using JavaScript. Get that out of here. I had a rant today at work about JavaScript. I'm gonna have to dip my toes back into JavaScript land, but for right now, we're just gonna pretend like it doesn't exist. I'm gonna be happy in C# land, and I'm gonna be even happier once we go to C++ and C land. It's gonna be good. Is that Linux? Yes, it is, Shad Picker. It is indeed Linux. The ultimate computing environment for one to be in. Oh, man. Well, I gotta say, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we've reached the end of today's stream, y'all. Let me open up something real quick. 1 second. There we go. Come on, mouse. Go. There we go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for watching. I always appreciate the competition. Yeah, I do believe C# is better than Python for a lot of things. Serious things. We're not going to start this now. I'll give you 100k if you can figure out game colony gin rummy algorithm or how to get it in the server. What is that algorithm? 1 second. Before we're not gonna end it yet. I'm curious now. What is that algorithm? That sounds so weird. Is that like a? It seems like a scam. I feel like that just gets sponsored. Oh, brother. Great chats, mate. It's always good, man. Yeah. In short, though, the reason I don't like Python is that for for developing applications or anything that's like complex. It's dynamically typed, man. What can I say? Dynamically typed languages. They're cool for scripting, but once it goes beyond scripting and starts requiring architecture, then that's when you've gone astray, dude. That's why JavaScript is a mistake. Python. Beyond scripting, it's a problem. It's like, what's a gin rummy site? I don't know what that is. Very competitive. People claim they have hacked it. We got gin and tonic rummies. Yeah, what is gin and rummy though? I have no idea what that is. But yeah. But that's the reason why I feel the way that I feel. JavaScript is a mistake because so much web infrastructure is built around it. And like, it's just bad, dude. Like for serious applications, you don't want to have it. Like so, like here's a simple idea, right? Here's a simple idea. Like you have in a statically typed language, for example, right? You can say, hey, I have, I don't know, this struct thing that has like these variables in it. You know, it can have a float A, it can have int B, and then it can have like, I don't know, a function to do calculation, right? So cool, like this exists. You know that there's a thing, there's this type that defines what variables exist and what functions exist in there, right? So if I were to, for example, there's another part of the code base, right, somewhere else, and if I had like an instance of like thing, if I tried calling like a bad function that doesn't exist like this, it's not going to let me compile it. It's going to say, hey, you did something stupid, fix it. Or if I try doing a dot, I don't know, c, well, that's not a variable that exists. So that's going to be bad, right? But in dynamically typed languages, this is not a thing. You don't have guardrails like that. There's ways they try to do it using like things like TypeScript, for example, which is like a typed language that's transpiled to it, and there's some better tools that kind of do smart analysis. But like fundamentally, they don't do that. And once you have seriously complex systems and or applications, then they become a nightmare to maintain, because like you don't have something that tells you, hey, you typed something wrong. If I go in here and I try calling a function that doesn't exist, I don't know, jump off a roof, it's not gonna like it. It's gonna say this is bad, right? You can't do this, dude. But here's a thing, right? If I pretend we're gonna be in JavaScript right now and I make a dynamic type, because you can do that in C#. Dynamic type A equals, I don't know, object 12, whatever, 21. All of a sudden, I can do this, and it's like fine, and no one cares. This requires a thing, right? Yeah, Microsoft C#. But all of a sudden, this function that clearly does not exist, you can call it. And not only that, you can mutate data too. So like you can do an assignment like this, and it's like, oh, that doesn't exist. Let's make it exist. What about frameworks like those tools? Well, here's the thing, they exist. It's like how should I say it? It's like they're they don't solve the fundamental issues. They're just band-aids on a gunshot wound. You know? Like the same way, so even with TypeScript, like it introduces types, but then inevitably dumb JavaScript things happen, and all of a sudden you have to actually drudge through transpiled JavaScript, and you're not any better. But yeah, no, like all those different things, like they're introducing, they try to guard against it, but they don't fundamentally prevent the dumb things of it. It's very evident that you had a chat today at work about Java. Yeah, about JavaScript. Yeah, because it's the notion of using Node.js came up, and I was like, no, we will never do that. I refuse. Unless we actually are making, like, unless we're making a web app, then sure, that's a different story. Even then, though, like, just Mscripting, dude. Compile a WASM. Brother. Where do you get that? I just got it from Amazon. You'll be surprised what we can find on there. But yeah, man. So yeah, this is I get kind of charged, but I also feel like this is the JavaScript nodes, JS, everything like, or JavaScript runtimes. Like this is how we get sloppy. Like this is how you get web apps that don't work good. The idea is like, oh, you only wrote it once and it runs everywhere, and it's like, no, you wrote it once, kind of badly, might I add you, or may I add to that. But not only did you wrote it once, it breaks everywhere. It's great. I love that Teams is a web app that breaks on in different ways on mobile and on desktop and on various places. Is it due to different implementations of the runtime? Maybe. Is it just due to dumb JavaScript stuff happening? Maybe. Is it due to like the weird stuff with the way things have been abstracted? Maybe. You don't know. Things could just be wrong in so many places. Ah, man. But yeah. Anyways, though, I guess if there's no other questions or hot takes to be made, I don't think it's hot takes. I think it's the most toast normal take. But yeah. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And as always, God bless. And until next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.